Hello everybody, welcome to Sapsucker Woods where it is about 31 degrees, a little bit windy. Every once in a while we have some flurries in the air and it's definitely cloudy, so it's kind of blustery, a little bit winterish. No snow on the ground though. The pond is not frozen. And what have I seen and or heard since I arrived? I have seen and or heard black-capped chickadee, American robin, I believe it was a song sparrow, Canada geese, red-winged blackbird, common grackle, and I think that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. So let me finish bundling up a bit, and then we'll see if we can take a walk. Hope you're doing well. I did drive through the campus. Maybe I should have stopped, but I believe I saw Arthur just in a very, very quick flight, and I don't know exactly where he was. It was on the it was in North Campus, where I saw him. But I quickly lost sight of him, and maybe I should have stopped and really looked around, but I didn't do that. Wanted to get here. Anyway, give me a minute or two, and I think we should be able to walk. I think it's going to be, well, we'll see. It might be a short walk. It definitely doesn't feel like spring today, although I'm not going to say it feels like deep winter either. Made some modifications to my tripod. We'll see if they're helpful or harmful. They make it look like it weighs 40 pounds, but it's not actually the case. probably see the flurries falling now. They picked up in the last minute or two. This might be a short walk. We'll see. Come on. I think I hear a blue jay. My bird feeder's been very busy. The common grackles have really taken over. Between the grackles and the starlings, no one else can really get in there. A downy woodpecker yesterday just couldn't find a space. Anyway, again, welcome to Sapsucker Woods. We're gonna do our best to take a walk. See what happens. Hearing a blue jay. Oh, by the way, someone already stepped. Everyone, you are being officially notified that there are goose droppings in the parking lot. And that's going to continue for most likely months. A little bit of ice on the water here. Very thin, but it's there. Red-winged blackbirds. Vocalizing, singing. And I see a red-winged blackbird on one of the feeding structures. Not much on the feeders now, for whatever reason. But a lot of activity in the area, so we'll move on. Just heard a grackle. Oh, just saw a mourning dove. And I see a couple Canada geese. Coming from here a bit. see Canada geese often, it's easy to forget how beautiful they really are. A couple more geese out there. You can see much of the fallen former great blue heron nest tree is underwater. So water levels are pretty, relatively high, I would say. Oh, really?
A couple days ago.
Okay.
Male and female. They're probably back in there because they were working really hard. But you see the tree that's fallen out there? I don't see it right now, but we've had a wood duck there.
Oh, really? Okay,
yeah,
cool. Thank you. I saw one last week here.
Yeah. I work here, so I'm out all the time.
Oh, okay.
I'm coming specifically to see if I saw the wood duck. I don't see it yet.
Okay, thank you. Open for that. We did see a wood duck or two last week. I think we saw two males last week, did we not? Could be wrong. Just heard a red-bellied woodpecker. We are going to get to the trails. I'm wondering if there's a predator nearby, given the vocalizations I'm hearing from the red-winged blackbirds. Oh, wait a second. No, that's nothing. All right, let's get to the trails. Oh, I think I just saw a couple of dark-eyed juncos, grayish birds, and as they flew into land here, I saw the white feathers. Yep, just saw them again. The white feathers near their tails, and you don't usually see much of those white feathers when they're not in flight, but when they are, that's for me, it's a decent marker. I say it's a decent marker. I mean, you know, it's really a marker more to distinguish them from maybe other sparrows that you might see. You know, sometimes you see, let's say, a song sparrow, you know, roughly the same size, and maybe it's flying along the ground from one spot to another. And, you know, maybe you didn't get the best look at it, but if you see the white feathers of near the tail of the dark-eyed junco, you might say, okay, it's most likely not like a song sparrow or anything else. And, you know, the dark-eyed junco, well, they have a lot of variation in their coloring, but at least the ones I see, for the most part, they're grayish. There's some ice here and there. Again, it's very thin. Deer walk on it. The person who talked with us a few minutes ago, she indicated pileateds. I wouldn't mind seeing pileated woodpeckers. Speaking of which, I hear one. I see one. Hold on. It's on the other side of the road, but I see one. I don't know if I'll get it for you or not, given where it is. I'm not sure exactly where it is either. I'm not sure who that was. That was not a pileated, but I heard a pileated, and I believe I saw one. Oh, just saw it again. And I hear it still. And there's a different woodpecker nearby, either a hairy or a downy. But it was across the road where I saw the pileated sparrow, and I don't know where it is now. Here's Foster. I don't know who that is. Okay, song sparrow. So we're hearing a song sparrow. But as for the pileated, I don't know where it is now. So we're going to move on. I'm not hearing it either. We're hearing that that's a song sparrow apparently. Really, I have to say I'm not accustomed to that sound from song sparrows. That wind is making it feel a lot colder. So, she said, I'm not sure where she meant that the pileators were working, but it's not like she said they were working there right now. But it's possible they're working on the nest. I don't know when pileators begin their nesting. As you may know, Big Red and Arthur, the red-tailed hawks on the Cornell campus, they have been working on their nest for weeks now, and over the last few days, at least 2 eggs were laid. I don't know if a third has been laid yet or not, but we know there are at least 2. The red-tailed hawks, compared to many other birds, they start their nesting process early. I think it's probably true of eagles as well, and maybe many raptors. Some of the mulch in the trail feels like it's semi-frozen. I will say there's a stream in my view at home, and it had some ice on it this morning, but it was melting before I left, beginning to melt. It wasn't fully melted. So far, we haven't seen that much, have we, here? Even the feeders at the time we were looking really weren't busy. That's either a hairy or a downy we just heard. Woodpecker, that is. Somewhere in the area. Okay. That, I believe, was a hairy woodpecker. Might have been a red-bellied. They have some, I think they kind of sort of share something like that vocalization. I've mentioned before, I need to figure out what is what, but I just haven't gotten around to doing that. I hear a tufted titmouse. In the distance. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. That's the titmouse. Okay, I see. Might be a nuthatch. Oh. No, that's a downy woodpecker. And there was somebody else nearby. Maybe another woodpecker, I'm not sure. Okay, see that woodpecker we were just looking at. I just heard some tapping from somewhere. Could be the same woodpecker. Still hearing the tufted titmouse in the distance singing. Hearing some trees creak a bit as the wind picks up. think I just heard a downy. I will say, in terms of visitors to the lab and to the trails, it didn't seem like there were many people here today. And it's not surprising, the weather's not the very best. And it's not the worst either, but, you know, it's not the kind of day where, you know, for instance, parents might say, oh, let's take the kids for a walk. Although I did see some look like parents with their children as we were at the feeding garden, so you never know. Here, red-bellied woodpecker. Up ahead. I just saw it. Hello. Took off. Hold on a second. I don't see it, but it's in that direction there. Oh, just saw it again. And chance we could get it. There it is. Is that it? Yes. Red-bellied woodpecker right there. Oh, okay. I guess we won't be looking at it very closely. That's not working out well. Okay. I think the wind sounds worse than it is. It's not terrible down here, but up in the, you can see it's moving the trees around a bit. Yeah, I took maybe only too brief a glance at the forecast. I didn't see this. I didn't see this in the forecast today. Hold on a second. I did see there's talk about maybe some rain. No, nothing about flurries, although the icon they used for the forecast showed flurries. But the actual written description mentioned no flurries or snow. It hasn't been a big deal, but still. I wouldn't mind if it would stop snowing completely for the season. Ice here. Here's a red-winged blackbird. Winter hasn't given up quite yet. However, you can see, for instance, on this tree here, buds. Alright, nothing going on here bird-wise, so we're going to move along. This is actually kind of a pretty image in its own right. And but we're moving along. Red-winged blackbird. Is that blue sky? Kind of, sort of, maybe. Excuse me? I could. Actually, I'm not set up to take pictures of people, really. I could take a picture with this camera, but it wouldn't end up being in sharp focus unless I step way back and use my scope. Well, I've seen no ducks here today. Not yet, anyway. Last couple of weeks we've seen a few species, but no ducks at all today so far. No, nothing. Let me just look around with binoculars for a second or two. Nothing really, although I will say it almost does appear like it's kind of clearing up just a bit. And the sun is kind of sort of trying to come out. So let's continue our walk. Oh, wait a second. A couple more Canada geese are over there. Take a quick look at them. Nobody else nearby. Yeah, that's those shadows are from sunshine. Might be temporary, but here they are. I wonder if great blue herons have returned to the Ithaca area. Haven't seen any here yet. But as you know, we've been seeing them in Montezuma, which is farther north. but we've been seeing them there over the last couple of weeks, primarily at the rookery. But obviously they've been flying around here and there. You know, they do need to find food. And I'm wondering if they're in the Ithaca area also or not. Like I said, I haven't seen any here at Sapsucker. And, you know, to be honest, we don't go to too many places here in Ithaca where they might be. But I haven't noticed any, you know, so far anyway, in my travels. I see there's a goose dropping there, and there, so yeah, gotta watch where we're going now. Oh, I see some ducks. And I hear, okay, these are hooded mergansers, and I just heard a belted kingfisher. And I just saw, it's flying away, but we just heard a belted kingfisher, and I did see it. Maybe a second one? Lighting is not good for the hooded mergansers here. That's a female. That's male. Good to see them. We're going to move on though. And I'm still hearing the belted kingfisher. Oh, and I see another one. Hold on. And I was hoping it flew over there, but it's not in our view. You may recall, we heard, and I don't know if I ever found it, but we were coming back from Montezuma and driving along Cayuga Lake, and we heard one a few weeks ago. So, I mean, they're around. I imagine that, I could be wrong, I imagine that they're kind of like, other birds that only migrate as far as they need to. And then when they can return, they do. Just heard a red-bellied woodpecker again. And I'm hearing a northern cardinal. I see the cardinal. I see a female cardinal here. And I think I might be hearing also American goldfinches. Here's a female cardinal. And the male, I'll see if we can get him, the one who's singing. Okay, where's the male? Oh, there he is. Oh, I better move. It won't be a great view, but... Oops. Alright, let's see if I can move a little bit more. Oh, this might be better. A little bit. He's still nearby. I'm not sure where he is. Oh, I see him. Oh, he just took off again. Okay. He's still not far, but we're going to move on. Just give him where he is now. Is there a raptor in the area? I don't know. It almost... We talk about the robins serving as good, a good notification system for raptors, and they are. You'll hear them calling out alarms when a raptor is nearby, but the same is really true of the red-winged blackbirds as well. And in fact, over the years, there have been a number of times when I've been out bird watching, and I might be looking in an entirely different direction, and then all of a sudden the red-winged blackbirds would start up, and I would know something's going on. And turn around, sure enough, there might be a red-tailed hawk in the air. That I wouldn't have known about. might be hearing a belted kingfisher again. Might be. Yes. Oh. Just took off. Okay. So that's a belted kingfisher. It's not the best view. We've got things in the way. Twigs and branches. But so they seem to definitely be back. Now, if things were to freeze over, they'd head away for a while and then come back later once they've rethawed. Let's see, can we get a better view? I don't know. No, not really. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, I see the kingfisher. I was hoping to see it. I don't know if it's much better view or not. It's a little better. Let's try from here. There you are. It's a female. Sorry, you know, gloves are such a pain. Unfortunately, they're necessary for me. So again, that's a belted kingfisher. Love watching them. Okay, we're going to move along. Now on the campus, things are going to be different. You know, now with eggs in the nest, the adults will be tending to them. And, you know, there might be a few times when neither adult is on the nest, but for the most part, there's going to be one there all the time. As I mentioned earlier, I did see Arthur as I drove through the campus earlier, just very quickly. And I'm hoping we'll get to see him and see Big Red. But we'll see. Not our best walk, but not our worst either. So let's get you in the car. That wind is cold, I will say that. Should be right with you. polish off my shoes. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Trust me. Pull the head here. I have to say, it didn't feel like 31 degrees. At times it felt colder. But, I mean, overall I'm not too bad. Still, I would have liked to have seen more and seen it better, but if you think about it, you did see some Canada geese. Belted kingfisher or two, the hooded mergansers, red-bellied woodpecker. Didn't really look at any red-winged blackbirds, but I kept hearing them. Wire. What's your problem? There we go. Okay, we're ready to go. Bye, sapsucker. We'll see you next time. I think it's officially spring, is it not? Whether it is or not, we always can expect some cold weather, you know, after that official date. And that seems to be what we're getting here. For a few minutes, the sun came out. It's now clouded back over again. Really is interesting how it all works. You know, the one robin I saw, I don't believe I heard any as we were walking, but the one robin I saw was, I saw as I was driving in. Oh, I see a mallard in the secondary pond, so that's another species to add if anyone's adding. There's a male. My point on the robins is, you know, you kind of would assume that, okay, they're back now and everything, and in some areas I've seen, you know, good numbers of robins, and then sometimes later on it's like, boy, they're they're just not around in this, in the same area. But with robins, at least from what I observe year after year, you see them arrive in the spring, late winter, early spring, and once things warm up a bit, where do you see them? I primarily see them on the ground, on lawns and things like that, and then usually by like mid-August, I think they're still around, but I just don't see them on the lawns like I did earlier. They're clearly in other areas, and I guess going after different food, at least in the areas where I travel. Up ahead, nothing's accumulating snow-wise on the ground, but up ahead, the visibility is poor. I can see and everything for driving purposes, but for photography purposes, for actually seeing birds well, this is not so good. Come on. Thanks. Missed the light because of this Subaru. Anyway. Wait, hold on. This is Tones of Home by Blind Melon. You probably know the song No Rain by them. That's the one famous song they had. But I like this song quite a bit. Welcome to the Cornell campus, everybody. It's 30 degrees here. And we're looking around. Snow flurries are falling. The sun is out for the moment. Kind of. I've seen a few gulls flying around. And I did see some geese, Canada geese, on the golf course we passed a few moments ago. That song, Tones of Home, I don't have the problem now, but it used to be, if I heard it, I would have it in my head the rest of the day. And there was one time when it started to come on, you know, just playing from my library, and I turned it off. No, I don't want to hear that all day. Anyway, as I said earlier, it was actually in this area here that I was passing through when I saw a red-tailed hawk, whom I believe was Arthur. And so I'm on the lookout. You never know. That was a while ago, of course. Not many people out and about today. Campus looks almost as deserted as it did during spring break. Maybe more so, actually. I posted an article on MeWe from Living Bird, and it was just about Big Red and you know how she and Arthur and the young have coped with the construction that's going on to our right of the completely unnecessary field house. And you know, having seen that, I sent along one of my favorite videos of Big Red on Rice Hall teaching 3 young that I recorded back in 2019. And you know, sometimes you see something written by someone at the lab about the hawks, and somehow you just get the sense that the author doesn't necessarily have you know, quite the familiarity with these hawks as we do. And, you know, I'm not saying I'm an expert on them by any means, and someone at the lab may know more about, you know, the species, for instance, but do they know about these specific individuals? I don't know. Just get the sense that they don't. So I passed it along, that video, because quite honestly, it was, you know, an interesting learning session to be seen on that in that video. And it was, it was recorded on June 22nd, 2019. And well, you know what? While we're here, hold on a second. Since we're here, let's see if we can have a decent view of the nest from here. It's possible, depending on... Of course, this fence here doesn't help. I think I can see Big Red's... top of Big Red's head, but no, it's not really good here. Let's drive forward just a bit. Oh, this might be better. Well, we'll try from here. Anyway, sometimes you get the sense that someone from the lab is writing for the first time about the hawks and doesn't really have, hasn't been watching them like we have for years. Oh, maybe that might be her tail, actually. I would say. Got some heat shimmer at work. Hold on. See if I can do something about it. So not a great view, obviously. We'll move on. As I mentioned last week, or the week before, or both, one of the problems we have viewing our hawks up in the nest is just the nest itself. The walls of the nest are rather high, and with the hawks, in the depression, the nest bowl, it can be difficult to see them from ground level. Now, if Big Red were to stand, or if young are, once they've hatched and they've grown a bit, and once they stand, they can be visible from the ground without, too much difficulty. But until then, I just want to look. What I'm getting at, and this is not, I'm not faulting anyone at the lab, but sometimes there's a relatively new person at the lab, and they write, maybe they've just come along, or they've always been focused on something else or whatever, but they don't necessarily know all that much about the hawks, these hawks. was thinking earlier today, just, about all this, all the live stream that I do and everything, and as I've mentioned in the past, I never expected to do any such thing, and I can imagine, maybe years from now, I'll look back on my life and I'll remember these years when I've been, doing this, and I mean, it's just something to remember. Those were days when I was doing this, and it's had enough of an impact on my life, is what I guess I'm saying, that it I'll think of it as a certain phase of my life. And I have to say, it's been an enjoyable phase, really. And it's had its technical challenges of various sorts, various problems I've tried to deal with, or various improvements I've tried to make. Or capabilities I've tried to add. Oh, who's that in the air? Is it a gull? Could be a crow, actually, by the way it's flying. It's probably a crow. Last week we saw Arthur in this area. He was perched in a tree. But that was last week. Oh, wait a minute. Do I see him? I do see him. I do see him. Is that the same tree? Maybe. But I definitely see him. Hold on, we gotta turn around. Stay there. Alright, let's try from here. This should be good. There you are. Hi, Arthur. You know what? I'm going to back up just a bit. Hold on. Where'd he go? Where are you, Arthur? Where are you? I know you're there. A little bit more. Okay. Yeah, that's better. So this is Arthur, red-tailed hawk, if you didn't know. Now, this is before us. Hold on one second. Is a slope, and if he were to fly to the ground after prey, I can't see the ground beneath him, and the flurries have really become, well, almost snow right now. Does appear to be actively hunting, or at the very least he's definitely aware of any of things on the ground or whatever. And you know, we're watching him now for a bit. We saw Big Red in the nest, kind of, and we're going to take a break after this, but I'm glad we're able to see him together. Like I said, though, the nature of this setting. Uh-oh, there's some people who are walking. Are they going to walk underneath him? Maybe. I don't believe they're aware of him. He's well above them in that perch, and they are walking beneath him. And if there was any prey there, it might have been startled away. But he hasn't been bothered by the people walking by. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go and see if we can go to a slightly different location, maybe have a look at Big Red. Not that the viewing will be great, but you never know. We might have her stand at the time or whatever, and maybe we'll have a look. But we're about to head towards the nest. Bye, Arthur. Sorry about that. Glad we came this way. I was just hoping we would see Arthur somewhere, and I'm glad we did. Hi, Arthur. Bye, Arthur. Good to see you, Arthur. They really are beautiful birds. And I mean, it's not just, it's not that they're simply, beautiful to look at, but when you see them sometimes in flight and just some of what they can do in the air, it's pretty impressive. So, like I said, we're just going to go and see if we can have maybe a decent, semi-decent look at the lake, or at the lake. I just looked at the at the nest, and it won't be a great view no matter what we do. But if Big Red happens to stand at the time, then maybe we'll get to see her a little bit better than just her tail feathers. And but we're going to take a break after that. Now, if you didn't know, during the nesting season, you know, Big Red, the female, she'll do most of the incubation duties, but she occasionally leaves the nest and Arthur takes over. And Arthur does most of the hunting. So he's effectively hunting for two right now. I don't know if, I'm not saying she wouldn't, you know, capture prey if she's like, you know, having a break or anything, but, you know, I'm not sure if Big Red will do much hunting during this, at least during this period. Anyway, we're going to head to a spot that might give us a view of her. I have a feeling this person either doesn't know where he or she is going, okay, so we'll, like I said, we're going to try to take a look at the nest from here. Sometimes this can give us a semi-decent view during this time of the year when, you know, basically someone has to be standing. We can't see anybody. Let me just look with binoculars for a second. Oh, you know what? There's nothing to be seen. It's just, it's... Remember years ago, I can't remember whose commercials they were. It may have been McDonald's or something like that. I don't know. But it was, I think it was Michael Jordan and Larry Bird, and they were talking about the basketball shots they could make. And they would say, you know, they would say what they're going to do, and then nothing but net. This is nothing but nest right now. I think we're going to take a break, and I would think that we're probably going to restart maybe around between 4 and 4:15, maybe closer to 4:15. Maybe a little earlier. But I looked up at the nest, and there's nothing but nest. You can't see Big Red at all. So let's see if you got the message. I'm guessing you got the message. Earlier. You must have gotten the message. But I looked up at the nest and... Okay. Anyway, so between 4:15, maybe closer to 4:15, and we will see you all in a little while. everybody, welcome to Montezuma. It is 37 degrees. I made good time getting here, so I thought I'd start. Might as well. Just gonna look around. The sun is out for the moment, but the skies are mostly cloudy. And I see an American kestrel to our right. And I'm tempted to turn around, but again, as I mentioned last week, I hesitate to bother an American kestrel in any way. I don't want to disturb it. I'd rather just let it hunt. It's a small falcon, and their numbers are dwindling, so I just try not to bother them. I try not to bother any bird, but I especially am careful around American kestrels. Anyway, like I said, it's 37 degrees, and already we're driving into a cloudier area. There's some Canada geese down below to our right, near a pond. Hello, geese. On Cayuga Lake, I did see some activity. I saw a number of buffleheads. They're a breed of duck, species of duck. And also some red-breasted mergansers. You know, let's drive in here just for giggles. We were driving here regularly before because we were hoping to see a screech owl at its nest. Unfortunately, the dead tree in which it had nested fell. And so, who knows what has gone on since. I'm not expecting to see anything. I thought we'd just drive through here for a change. You never know, we might have some luck of some sort. Just, again, driving through here, quickly looking. Tree that had fallen was, I think, right around here. But I remember seeing when it fell. I was not happy because we never did get to see the owl even once, and with the tree having fallen, and it was just a very knotty, tree trunk. There were no branches or anything, but with it down, I'm concerned that maybe we'll never see a screech owl in this area. Although, it doesn't mean that the owl's left. Could be they've returned and just found another location. Or they might have moved on, who knows. I should probably make sure everything is up and running. Yep, looks like we're live. Okay, good. And again, just driving through here, I'd have to, there would have to be an owl really, pretty much out in the open and very obvious for me to see it. That's true even when we're walking around somewhere on foot, The weather has continued to be quite variable, going from periods of sun to clouds and flurries, and nothing has accumulated in terms of snow. I said it was 37. It's now reading 36. It had been 36 before I set 37. And I imagine it's going to keep dropping. Okay, nothing obvious anyway. Gotta hand it to someone. I mean, you can probably see that motorcycle that's ahead of us. It's just amazing if you think about it. I mean, it is 36 degrees, and when you're moving on a motorcycle, it's got to be really cold, whether you're dressed for it or not. So we're going to take a quick look at the great blue heron rookery. Hold on, someone's in flight here. Might have been mergansers, but I'm not sure. And gadwalls. And those are northern shovelers. Canada geese. Another northern shoveler back there. Okay, let's look at the rookery. We won't look at it for a very, very long time, but we'll look at it for maybe a couple minutes unless we see something really interesting. Not as much obvious activity today as there was last week. I'm guessing it is there. It's just that maybe we can't see it from here very well. And let's take a closer look at a nest or two. Can't really see that one very well. What I'm wondering is if anyone is actually like that, like there, you can see, not standing in the nest, but possibly incubating eggs, I would say. And these are great blue herons. We might end up seeing some mating here. I'm not sure. It's possible. Maybe not. Okay, let's move along. Now, barring any weather issues or anything, Wildlife Drive should be open next week. Sometimes, our first visits of a season to Wildlife Drive may not be all that exciting, and I'm not just talking about in the spring, but even in, let's say, following summer, even though Wildlife Drive is open throughout summer and into the autumn. Sometimes in the late summer, early autumn, there's not much to see. It depends. But as we've seen, like we saw last year, very often it's, okay, maybe Wildlife Drive isn't so great for a midday visit, but later in the day, there can be a lot of activity, maybe a lot of swallows or something like that. Speaking of swallows, I have seen in the last couple days near me, I've seen some swallows. I haven't seen any here today. I did see a swallow before I left home this morning, but I haven't seen any here or in Ithaca. But the point is, swallows are definitely returning also. Above Maze Point to our right, the Maze Point pool there, it looks like there's a great blue heron in the air. Yes, great blue heron. Some birds on the water here. Hold on one second. Just have a look. A Canada goose and a few ducks. I'm not sure what they are. Let's have a quick look. I think they might be gadwalls. I hope that goose is okay. All by itself. Saw also, I believe, I may be wrong, but on my way here I saw along Cayuga Lake one snow goose. Speaking of snow goose, I see a snow goose. I hope it's okay. I'll bet it's not. But it's injured. I hear a robin. We're going to move on. I don't want to bother the goose. It might not be injured. I don't know, but I think I just saw it sit down. Oh, it's just grazing there, but still I have to wonder why it's there. By itself. Ordinarily, in case you didn't know, ordinarily snow geese don't remain in the area. They migrate through. Although sometimes we see maybe a few of them around, so I didn't see any more than just the one. But and sometimes there's no injury. Sometimes it's just maybe associating with a flock of Canada geese, for instance, but I didn't see any Canada geese, just that one snow goose. I'd try to feed it, but I think it would probably be frightened. And quite honestly, I can't feed it forever. I did see also, by the way, as I was leaving Ithaca, I did see an osprey in a nest. Right near the lake. not sure what park it's in, but its nest has been there, or that nest has been there for years. And I looked at it as I was making my way out of it towards Montezuma, and you could see there was somebody in there. Take a left here at the intersection. Again, just go and take a look. You never know, you might see something. I wonder about that snow goose because, I mean, it's maybe not the best spot for it if it is injured. Then again, if it's injured, I mean, unless it can somehow heal. And I don't know if it's injured, but for it to be there is a little odd. There's something, looks like a red-tailed hawk on the utility pole that we're about to pass here, and it, took off. It's a red-tailed hawk. Ahead, it looks like there's less water than there had been. No surprise. I mean, it does either evaporate or soak into the ground. And visibility, because of the flurries that are currently falling, is not so great. Let me just have a look. And I think I can see well enough. I just don't see anything to see. Be a duck in the air, but let me show you. I mean, it seems like the amount of water available for like swimming and everything has diminished quite a bit. And the same thing is true on this side of the road. We had been seeing, primarily, I mean, more than anything, we had been seeing ring-necked ducks especially on that side, the right-hand side, but I don't see anything like that right now. So let's turn around, I guess, and head back. Does that mean it's not going to be worth coming here for the rest of the spring and into the summer? Well, possibly. But if we get lots of rain or something like that... Oh, I see some ducks in the air. Hold on. A couple of them. Oh, come on, autofocus. They're getting out of the way. And I just saw... I don't know if it was the same red-tailed hawk, but I saw it on the left-hand side a moment ago, and I don't see it now. Okay, well, let's continue, I guess. And I think, like last week, we're going to take a left at the very next intersection. And we did see some both Canada goose and snow goose activity last week. And To our right, above the field, was a great blue heron in flight. That's it's above the field. Anyway, let's take a left here. Here's that great blue heron. If you're wondering what's it doing there, I don't know. Up ahead, there is like a pond or body of water of some sort. Is it flying towards it? I have no idea. Where is it? Oh, I still see it. It's still in flight. I can't see that body of water, by the way. I just know that it's there. And it's the one I mentioned last week that, I couldn't show you very well. Just because there are trees between us, here on the road and that pond or body or whatever it is. It's still in flight. Oh, yeah, you know what? Hold on one second. I can show you now. Okay, so the great blue heron is over there. And I'm wondering if it's heading, let's wait. Is it heading over here? There's, like I said, there's some water there. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But it looks like it. It looks like it headed there, so. Okay. You wonder when you see something like a great blue heron that ordinarily spends most of its time hunting on water or very, very near water. You wonder sometimes, okay, what's it doing in what appears like the middle of nowhere in terms of water, but sometimes there is a body of water nearby. Now, you might see, and I have seen great blue herons just walking in grassy areas and hunting. They do that every once in a while, but for the most part, they're going to be hunting in bodies of water or right at the edge of water. We're lucky we do see great blue herons often, but just like many other birds that we see, if you're not used to seeing them, they're really very striking, and they present a very exotic appearance. Like, what is this thing? Look at it. It's got long legs and a long neck, and sometimes when it's coming in for a landing, if you have a good look at it and its wings are outstretched and its neck is beginning to become outstretched and it's just about to land, it looks like a prehistoric creature of some sort. We just passed to our left, landing on a post, was an American kestrel. Let's see if maybe we can look at this one. Maybe. It might be tough, but let's give it a try. 1 second. Can't see, hold on. Oh, good. Well, I don't think, whatever it has, I don't think it was, it may have been dead already, but... It's a meal. Good to see. Again, that's an American kestrel, and it's a male by the looks of it. We're going to move on. Didn't want to disturb it, and it seems like it's just fine, still with its meal there on that post. So good to see. Like I said, it looked down at the ground, and it didn't have to really deal with that prey, whatever it is that it's eating. It seemed like it must have been dead already. I could be wrong, but it didn't seem to do anything to to dispatch it or anything. So assuming it's safe and everything, it looks like represents a good meal for it. Hopefully, it is safe, and I say that because if it was dead already, you wonder why. Let's go this way. We haven't gone this way in a while now. Where are we headed? We're heading to an area where 2 years ago we were seeing a great horned owl nest. Last year we did not see the nest, and in fact I couldn't even find the nest, and I believe it fell over. So I just want to look around. You never know. Maybe we'll have some luck, maybe we won't. Back to the American kestrel. If what it was eating was killed by poison or something like that, you have to worry about it. So again, last year we did not see a great horned owl nest in this area. And, we came here a few times, and I kept looking and looking and looking, and I had if they were reusing the nest, I had a decent idea as to where to look, and I just never found it. And I see Canada geese on the pond to our right. A number of Canada geese. Anyway, I knew where to look pretty much. I might have had to, kind of relocate a little bit, but I had a strong idea as to where to look, so I would have found it if it was still standing. But that nest was not standing, and we never found it last year. Up ahead in this pond, I see some. What do I see? I do see. Oh, we've got to look. I see some green-winged teals and some northern pintails. Let's just take a quick look. Okay, the teals, where'd the teals go? They were nearby. Where'd they go? Well, okay, there they are, but I thought they were close. Anyway, these are green-winged teals. Male on the left, female on the right. Nice look at them, actually. And that is a female northern pintail, and here's a male. We won't stay here too long. Nice to see these ducks. We might not see them anywhere else today. It's very possible. I think that's another green-winged teal there. Female. Okay, let's get going. I could be wrong, but I don't believe this pond would remain all that much longer. It's just probably a matter of it drying up eventually. So anyway, like I said, we kept coming back to this area last year for a few weeks in the spring, and I never saw the nest. Eventually, I spoke with the gentleman who was working as a volunteer at the visitor center, and I mentioned, I was like, I just cannot find that nest. I think it's gone. And I think early on in the season, he had said it was there, but later on, I think he said he agreed with me. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be there. It was on the left-hand side of the road, and I don't think that nest is going to be around. I think it's gone. I have to imagine the tree fell or something. Maybe not. And I remember the first times we were visiting here 2 years ago, we kept looking and I just couldn't find the nest, and it just was there. I just couldn't find it. And but eventually I did find it, and we had some nice looks at the chicks. We never saw an adult, but it was still nice to see, certainly. And I'm just looking now, and I'm not really looking to our right very much, and I'm not looking in the distance. If the owls are still in the area and still hoping to nest, they could be doing so, but not necessarily right near the road. There are other trees, still, in the area, but not nearly as close. Now, last year, at the start of Wildlife Drive, we saw a nest, and we weren't allowed to. Well, I just saw a turkey vulture. We were not allowed to, and another one, to stop and look at that nest. But we did have a few looks at an adult and chicks. Great horned owls, that is, and they were nice to see, certainly. Will they reuse that nest? I don't know all that much about the nesting habits of great horned owls, if they reuse nests or not. They might, if it does get reused, we'll still most likely have the problem in terms of seeing it. They won't want people to stop. And that was why, I think it was last week, and I tried last year too, I was hoping that maybe I could find a spot not on Wildlife Drive, before passing through the official start of it. And I was hoping that maybe some place would provide an angle of view. And, I've never really done that on foot there, so maybe it's possible on foot, but not from a vehicle. I don't know. Kind of doubt it, though. I have a feeling the view is simply blocked, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's too bad, because I'm hoping to have it'd be nice to have a good look at the owl nest, the great horned owl nest, without disturbing them. Likely next week, assuming that Wildlife Drive is open, it's likely that we spend some of our time there. And maybe there are other places where we won't go, just as a result. But as I've mentioned in the past, I've come to appreciate that there's a lot more to the Montezuma area than Wildlife Drive, and we've been. Hey, Robin on the road. Hey, Robin's crossing the road. Please stop that. We've been going to many of these areas over the winter, and more Canada geese to our left around the pond. And in a pond. some of these areas are good enough on their own for me to look forward to them. But once the warmer months come, they're just not as good. And usually by the time they wind down, other areas such as Wildlife Drive are open and they're they're revving up and they're becoming good. These fields up ahead are an example. Now, we haven't seen, days with millions and millions and millions of birds here, but we've had, hold on, let me see something. We've had some good bird watching here. Oh, that's nothing. And are those ducks up ahead? Maybe. And a swan, I think. Turkey vultures in the distance, in the air. Is it that we just weren't here at the right times, or was it just a matter of the conditions just not being either all that great here, or maybe not that much better? Oh, I see a red-tailed hawk to our left on the utility wires, but I don't want to startle it. We'll keep moving. We will turn in here, though. So, good activity here now. Let's take a quick look with this camera. Including this swan, who looks like it might be, I'm not sure, trumpeter? Maybe. Mallards. I think I hear some pintails. Okay, we'll take a few moments to look around. It looks like it is mostly pintails and mallards. These are northern pintails. Hold on, I gotta check something. Okay. Never mind. I think. Never mind. Come on there. mallards, I believe. That's a northern pintail, a female. And that's a male. Here, a crow. Those, I think we see American black ducks right here. Not the mallard, but the other two look like American black ducks. Who's that with its head tucked back? I'm not sure. Probably another American black duck, but it could be a mallard, a female mallard. And is that swan still in view? No. I don't, oh, maybe. But we're not going to see it well. Okay, we're going to move on. I think we will continue this way towards the Seneca River just to look around a bit and there's a little bit of water. Well, there might be some ducks along with it to our left. I'm not sure. Maybe not. A couple Canada geese to our right. Up ahead, towards the end of this area of fields. Last week we saw that the water had essentially drained away or soaked into the ground or whatever, and instead of a lot of northern pintails and green-winged teals and mallards, we saw nothing. And I'm guessing I'll see the same thing today. And there's a little bit of water here, but not much, and certainly not like there had been. Well, there are a few ducks there. We're not at the end yet. There might be more water here now than there was last week, actually. Yeah, I think there is. But not really many ducks, so no ducks. I'll keep driving. I just want to see if maybe by any chance there are eagles around here. Sometimes, above the river there might be some. This is, again, the Seneca River. And am I seeing any eagles? No. I'm not really seeing anything on the river either. Sorry, robins. A couple of crows. Robins on the ground. Is that an osprey by any chance? Let's pull over here. We saw an osprey here last year. We didn't really come back and look at it much, but it's an osprey. And it's likely, I'm guessing, going to use that nest. See if we can have another quick look at it. Oh. I don't want to bother it. And it almost looks like it might be bothered. I'm not here to bother anything, so. Just kind of almost looked like it was concerned about me or my vehicle or whatever. And I was hoping to give you a better look, but that utility line, power line, was in the way. So. I mentioned earlier I had seen an osprey on my way out of Ithaca, and now we see that one, and it's safe to expect a number of ospreys to the area. And I didn't drive along from Route 89 towards. Oh, what's that? Is that a harrier that just flew across the road? Yes, northern harrier flew across the road, not really close to us, but in front of us. Anyway, I did not drive, from the highway towards the visitor center. But I would not be surprised if already in some of the various nests that are located on utility poles along the road, if there are already ospreys there. Okay, I think we'll go to Van Dyne Spoor again. We've had some good luck there the last couple of weeks, so let's go there again. It's going to be money, I'm sure. Maybe we'll be surprised. We'll get there and the road is nice and smooth and it's been all cleaned up and ready for everybody. I'm not getting my hopes up. On the ground, is that a turkey vulture? It is, right next to the ground, or the road. I don't, as I've mentioned in the past, I don't really compile lists of the species that I see, and I rarely submit any to eBird. I only do so if I feel like it's, just to report a rarity, and just because I think no one else knows about it, or very few people know about it. And but I often, most of these trips, these tours, I can look back at the end of the day and maybe in any one location, maybe I didn't see all that much, but usually by the end of the day, I've seen a fair number of species. Everything from turkey vultures to American robins to American kestrels to bald eagles and Canada geese and northern pintails. We haven't seen any bald eagles together today. I've seen two myself, but that was before I even went home. Red-tailed hogs, great blue herons. So I mean, keep a lookout, and you might, at the end of the day, find, boy, wow, I did see quite a few species. I'm sure, people from the lab of ornithology who are, better at identification, and not just at identification, but also maybe knowing even, better where to look and how to look and when to look. They probably go through a day and they see many more species than I do, but sometimes, for people who are, not bird watchers and not all that familiar with birds and bird species, the fake snow geese are still there. You can tell them that you saw, a particular species, and they'll be like, "Wow, where did you see him?" Just, they'll be maybe amazed. Yeah, I saw And I'm not saying anything against this species. It's just that we see them so often. I saw a European starling today. You saw a European starling? I mean, they just, they don't know. And, they might themselves be seeing these, what appear to be black birds all the time, and maybe in good numbers, too. And they may not think anything of it day to day, but if they hear the name European starling, oh, wow. You think it came all the way from Europe? Well, maybe not today. See some gulls here and there in these various fields. We're going to take a left onto Railroad Road. We're on Van Dyne Spoor now, but we'll take a left here. Didn't see anything last week, but the week before we saw a lot of sandhill crane activity. I'm not saying a lot of sandhill cranes are in the area. It could be that the ones we did see 2 weeks ago, maybe they were simply passing through rather than remaining in the area. And maybe we just happened to, be in the area ourselves at the right time to see them. I don't know. Chances are we're about to turn right around because there's nothing here. But oh, sandhill cranes. Hold on a second. Just heard a red-winged blackbird, and these are sandhill cranes. I think I also just heard a Canada goose and a mourning dove. I think that's all of them. I don't see any others. We won't be here looking at them that long for a couple of reasons. They're not very close, and as you've probably noticed, there's a fair amount of heat shimmer bothering our view, making sharp close-ups difficult. The cranes do seem somewhat alert. Very few none are eating, and they're all kind of looking mostly in the same direction. Not all, but we're going to leave. Sorry about that. So there are a few cranes there, and I don't know if the rest of them are walking and eventually joining them or not, but they're continuing to walk. And there's one straggler here. Catch up. Oh, another straggler. Okay, we're gonna head to back to back to Van Dyne Spoor. I hope we didn't force them to move, but maybe we did. I hope not. Wouldn't be surprised if they were just concerned having seen me here. So I don't know, but. Hold on a second. There's a fair number of them overall. Did I miss some earlier? I doubt it. I think I got them all before. It's just the group is broken up a bit. It's good to see them, certainly. We didn't see very many last week. We only saw 3 in the air. And not here. We were on East Road, as I recall. There's something about sandhill cranes. Maybe it's that they're not rare, but at least for me, they're not really widespread. I see them in the Montezuma area. If you see them in and around Ithaca, it's usually considered a rare sighting. And if you're unfamiliar with them, and I'm as even though I am now familiar with them and have been for years, you see them. They're not an everyday bird. I mean, they're not a robin or a pigeon or even a Canada goose. I mean, they're tall with those long necks and long legs and everything, and they definitely act differently than do great blue herons, for instance, and they're just neat to see. I personally think that they act a lot like, not exactly like, but a lot like Canada geese. And I've thought this for years. I mean, you see them, they graze primarily on land, and but we see them going to water for roosting purposes late in the day, and just some of their behaviors are similar. So I mean, and to me, they seem a lot like Canada geese, but obviously there are differences. Well, I'm not saying that the road is smooth, but at least it's not quite as muddy. It's drier. stop here and listen for a second. Okay. As I mentioned last week, sometimes we've come here in the past, and we've maybe seen or heard more in this stretch than we have in the area up ahead where the marsh area is. We hear a lot of birds singing, or sometimes you see some coming out in the open, maybe laying on the road for some reason. I remember once, a couple of years ago, I think it was, we saw a scarlet tanager, just at a puddle. A little muddier here. I just saw a bird fly low on the, I'm not sure if it was a robin or not, but and up ahead, I think I see great blue herons flying around, 2 of them, and flying back over the road. And closer to us are, I'm not sure if they were sparrows of some sort, probably. Also flying over the road and back. Okay, so let's stop right here for a second. And this is to the windshield. I hope we're not scaring away with gadwalls and ringneck ducks. Definitely ringneck ducks, maybe not gadwalls, but and I see some hooded mergansers. I think I just heard a pintail. Alright, I think we'll switch camera setups. Give me a minute. Oh, great blue heron also. And I think I just heard an American widgeon. And a red-winged blackbird. I'm not sure who's making that sound. In the air ahead of us, I think it's probably an eagle. Hold on. Oh, it could be an osprey. I think it is an osprey. And I hear a northern cardinal. But that's an osprey. Okay, 1 second here. Sorry, this always takes a bit of setup time. So these are gadwalls here. And some green-winged teals there. Gadwalls again. And back there you see the ring-neck ducks. See that white triangular shape at the shoulder of the male, and the female's right near him. And you hear Canada geese. Northern shoveler there in the back. A couple of them, I think. Hooded mergansers there. I'm hearing something else. Am I hearing an American coot? Possibly. Yes, that's an American coot, which is not a duck. Hold on a second. There's an American widgeon. That's a female. See the smokiness around her eye? And that's a male behind her. All right, let's move forward just a bit. I'm not sure I'm going to improve our view very much, but... Oh, maybe we will. Hold on. Another great blue heron is in the air now. And just landed. Let's move. We've got grasses between us, but we might have a kind of sort of decent look, maybe. Probably not, but hold on. Oh, it just took off. And now it's, I can't show it to you now. It's behind us now. So, we have coots, American widgeons. Those are coots in the foreground. You see that white bill, that's a good marker. It's a dark bird, really dark head. It's dark gray, black head, white bill. And again, they're not ducks. And then we have, those are northern shovelers. No, that's a northern shoveler, and right next to it is a, I'm not sure what. The northern shoveler has the heavy bill. Hearing Canada geese also. Oh, those are northern pintails there. And the bip, 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 those are coot vocalizations. Canada geese back there. And the, yeah. It's a high-pitched, almost like a wheezing sound. Those are the widgeons. And that's a mallard we're hearing. See that one with the broad, creamy, it just went back end up. There it is again. That's a male American widgeon, and next to it, to our right, is a female widgeon. And these are, oops, these are widgeons too. I think I just heard an American robin, but I'm not positive. Who's that over there? Hold on. Those are green-winged teals back here. And I think I just heard a song sparrow. Hear that chip note from the song sparrow? Chip, chip. I don't see it, but... that, I think I'm hearing a pied-billed grebe, though I'm not sure. Pied-billed grebe will be a small bird that also has the same form factor as a duck, but it's also not a duck, just like the coot is not a duck. Oh, battery's almost dead all of a sudden. It was in the 70s a moment ago. Hold on a second. Let's change batteries. Some more pintails and widgeons. American coot there at center. Hear that? Brr, 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 brr. Those are pintails vocalizing. we're going to move ahead, I think. So there's a fair amount of activity here, actually. Overall, I would say, a number of different waterfowl species. Just take a quick look at some of these that are closer. Hold on, let me see if I can have Merlin listen. It's not picking up anything other than the American widgeon, red-winged blackbird, mallard, and northern pintail. Okay, finally it picked up the pied-billed grebe, so it agrees with me. There's a pied-billed grebe here. At least one. No. I can't do that sound. But there's a pied-billed grebe somewhere. The pied-billed grebe is a small bird. It looks a lot like a duck, but as I said earlier, but it's not. But it goes after, it dives for its food. It dives for fish, and we see them here often. So for one to be in the area is not at all surprising. Okay, let's move forward. It's 35 degrees out, just in case you were wondering. I think I see a swan or two. Sorry, bumpy road. Are those American black ducks by any chance? No, probably not. Let's just look anyway. No. Wait a minute. No. No, gadwalls, okay. I think trumpeter swans. Most likely. Yes, I think so. And swimming away from us generally are some widgeons and pintails. Those are gadwalls back there. The one that just dove, that was a hooded merganser. Another swan way back there, a couple of them, but I don't think we'll be able to identify them. They're just too far away. Okay, we'll let them go. Oh, who's that? Is that an eagle? No. Up ahead on the road, there are four Canada geese on the road itself. But it looks like they're heading towards the water. Oops. Now, last week when we were here, we saw a fair amount of bald eagle activity. I haven't seen anything like that yet. I have to say, though, I haven't really looked. The only raptor we've seen here is that osprey. Oh, sorry, ducks. Number of ducks just took off. Oh, jeez. Come on, quit falling on me. Widgeons and pintails. Let's keep moving forward. really hope they do take care of this road this year. Some years they have not touched it at all. You know, they, for whatever reason, they might do the stretch in the wooded area, you know, or through the wooded area, and then they would stop. They just wouldn't do any more, and I don't know why, but hopefully they'll do both this year because it needs it. Usually needs it every year, really. So it looks like, you know, pretty much more of the same. That's a northern shoveler there. Gadwalls and, well, gadwalls. Mallards. Ringneck duck there in the back and a northern shoveler there in the front. Oh, there's a female shoveler right there. You can see her large bill also. Okay, let's keep moving. Sorry, ducks. It's a muskrat, and I was going to stop and maybe try to take a close look at it, but it just decided to swim on. There's a great blue heron there. There's a gull in the air. Probably didn't see it, but I think a herring gull, but I'm not sure. We're startling the ducks that are near the shoreline. I hate when that happens. heron, and while you're looking at that, I'm going to tend to some other things. Just want to reconfigure some things while you're looking at the heron. Oh, I wasn't recording? It's an odd pose for a great blue heron. I've seen them tuck in, stand on one leg and tuck in the other, but I've never seen this before. At least I don't recall it. I just heard a song sparrow, by the way, and also we were hearing robins as we were looking at the great blue heron. Let's look over here. Okay, I see an eagle, and although not well, and I also see some common mergansers. Gadwalls, and over here, common merganser. It's a male, and I thought I saw a female also. There she is, a female. And up near the bald eagle nest, I thought I saw an adult. Let's take a better look. Oh no, it's not an adult. Oh, but you know what? Hold on. So there's a young one here, and in the nest, another young one. Time to move on, kids, you know. Should have left a while ago. Those are not from this year, they're from a prior year. Get out of the nest, unless they're working on the nest, but I don't think so. So we have hooded mergansers there also, and I thought I saw, yeah, maybe more. There might be additional common mergansers. I'm not sure. Oh, there's a bufflehead there too. Just dove. A male bufflehead. Oh, and way back there, green-winged teals. And the gadwall and mallards. Bufflehead right there. Is that a second one or is it the same one? Can't tell. Hooded mergansers there. Widgeons, American widgeons. I think those might be, are they ring-necked ducks? They look like them. And mallards right at the edge of the water. Oh, these, although they look like ducks, those are double-crested cormorants. Are they the first we've seen this year? Maybe. Or did we see one already? More buffleheads back there. I'm not sure what that is. Almost looks like a scaup, but yeah, I think it might have been a scaup. Might. More ring-necked ducks. We're pushing our limits in terms of what we can see here. That's a bald eagle there, an adult this time. Who's that in the air? Hold on one second. Looks like an eagle. Okay, let's continue on our way. One second. Yeah, there are other additional common mergansers. And one second. Okay, that's nothing there. I don't know if I just startled a grateful heron or not. There was one down here near the water. It was just walking along, and I want to look at the one that we were looking at closely is still where it was. Still has its foot out like that, like it was before. I hope it's okay. Could just be a pose. I don't know, but I hope it's okay. Mallard, and that's a gadwall. The gadwall may look very plain, but as I've shown in the past, if you get a good look at it, you realize it's actually a beautiful duck. And from a distance, the colors are not so obvious, but it has its own special coloration, and it's like I said, a beautiful duck. Even if you're not, strictly a bird watcher, you can come out here and just enjoy some of the scenery. It can really be worth it at times. especially, around sunset. Here come the snow flurries again. Hooded merganser, gadwall, gadwall. All right, we're going to make our way back fairly quickly, I think. I'll stop if I happen to see something out of the ordinary or something we haven't seen already here today. And, if you're new to the tour and you haven't, experienced this area, much before, or at least not through a season, you may not know that this water that we've been looking at, where the birds have been, it can largely dry up. It doesn't usually dry up entirely, but it can and will dry quite a bit. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Okay, it's a gull. I thought it might have been something else. Now the area we're leaving now, that back there, that tends to remain, filled with water, open water, more than some of these other areas that we're passing now. These can dry up a bit and maybe become essentially overgrown with vegetation. Some years worse than others. Last year, you may recall that Wildlife Drive had been deliberately drained, and the water was allowed to return later in the year, but for the most part it was just, as far as we could tell from the road, it was essentially a grassy area. Eventually we could see some water, but in terms of seeing the waterfowl, it was difficult, and although we did see some nice sunsets there, we were coming here quite a bit, and we were seeing some beautiful late day, early evening views of, with sunsets and lots of birds here. And can't promise that that's what will happen this year, just because you never know how things will dry up or whatever. But we were, without having Wildlife Drive essentially in the available to us in the same way, we were lucky to have the kind of views that we had here as a very, very excellent replacement. I remember being here on 2 or 3 occasions when there wouldn't be a lot of swallows, and then all of a sudden there were thousands of them. They flew in from wherever, and then they'd leave. I mean, like they would pass through, and then they were gone. And we did see some of that also at on Wildlife Drive. I'm startling the ducks. They don't feel good about it, but. Also saw here last late summer and early autumn, we saw a lot of activity from great egrets. So we would come here, we'd see a lot of great egrets, a lot of great blue herons. We did also see a few black-crowned night herons. So this proved to be a very good place to visit last year. And then there have been other years when, other than like the occasional surprise, it wouldn't be that, that great. Again, everything depends on conditions, not just the conditions here, but the conditions elsewhere. If the conditions elsewhere are good, maybe for some birds there's no need to come here. So we didn't see any sandhill, or at least I didn't notice any sandhill cranes here. We did see some in the area, but not here along, from Van Dyne's Spoor. Hold on, something's on the road up ahead. What is that? Is it a robin? Probably. Yes, it is. Even before I could see exactly what it was, I could see something was moving, and it was moving in the same sort of pattern that a robin often will move on the ground. As I've said, and I'm certainly not at the skill level of one of the people at the lab, for instance, but the lab of ornithology, that is. But if you sometimes you don't have a clear view of a bird, so you have to take whatever you can get in terms of details in order to identify it. There's something else here too. What is it? Look like song sparrows, a few of them. On the side of the road here to our right, well, up ahead and to our right, and the robin is still there. The robin's over here. See how it walks? I mean, they don't always do it, but very often they have this pattern where they walk a few steps, then stop, look around. And like I said, there were some song sparrows here. I'm not sure if they're still there or not. There's one. Sorry, Robin. I felt the need to fly into the woods. Sorry. They tend to take care of this stretch every year, at least a little bit. At least that's what I've seen. But the stretch that's near the water back there, there have been some years when they don't touch it, and I don't know why that is the case, or if maybe it's not the responsibility of one group or entity, and I don't know if they fall under different entities for some reason. And you know, we don't come here during winter typically. There's no winter maintenance on the road. Even if we can pass on the road without an issue, I don't know if there'd be much to see there or not. It could be, you know, depending on conditions, I suppose. You know, there might be bird activity there, but you know, if that water that we were just looking at is all frozen, there may not be any bird activity there at all. And I basically just relayed to you the same situation that applies to Wildlife Drive. Now, Wildlife Drive is closed in winter, but I've said it in the past, even if it weren't closed, even if it were open, and even if they were, you know, taking care of the road to allow for vehicles to drive over it, you know, I don't know if there'd be much bird activity because, you know, things would be frozen over. We can see glimpses of you know, the water and everything, you know, when we're, even though we're not able to go on the road itself, Wildlife Drive itself. And it's never, I don't usually see a lot of bird activity in here, as we can see. So my point is that I don't feel like we're missing out on all that much in the wintertime anyway. This has been a good drive up here. I'm glad we came. We saw those sandhill cranes and then a lot of waterfowl. Good variety at Van Dyne Spoor. Head back. Why am I signaling? There's no one around. It's a good habit to have. I'm not going to say that all the snow geese have passed through and no more will pass through this migration season, but I just wonder what the purpose of those decoys that we just passed are. You know, what's the purpose, and have whoever put them out, they realize that, you know, chances are, if they're trying to draw snow geese, it's probably not going to do anything, because it seems like it may be that the season's over for that sort of thing. I don't know. There could still be some snow geese coming through, who knows. Canada geese on that pond to our right. So we're heading to East Road, but I just remembered that I'd still also probably would like to go to the airport. Now, last week we saw, a short-eared owl, and you never know, we might have more luck like that. Didn't get much of a look, but it was nice to see that owl anyway. As for snowy owls, I'm rather doubtful there are any around. Number of deer to our left. Quick look. I can't see all of them just because of the way the ground is, but I think there are more over there that I just can't see now. So we're on East Road. By the way, it's 34 degrees. naked eye, but well, maybe a swan. Or two. Maybe one. I don't know. Hold on a second. Let me just look around with binoculars. But I hear red-winged blackbird. See some Canada geese also. Let's take a look. Looks like a trumpeter. And I only see the one. I don't see any. I don't see a second one. Is that a snow goose? It is. I'm not so sure about that wing. Farther back, there's some mallards. And looks like more mallards, maybe American black ducks also. I hear a robin. Red-winged blackbird there. I did see some Canada geese. I'm not sure where they were. There. Those are wood ducks. I'll let them go. And those might be, look like they might be, well, I'm not sure what they are. Might have heard sandhill cranes, I'm not sure. But overall, it's relatively quiet here. Not a lot of activity down there. May have more, not sure if I see more Canada geese to our right or not in the cornfield. I don't think so, actually. Maybe one, maybe? No. I do see a couple sandhill cranes, 2 of them, maybe more. Just a quick look. Ah, at least 3. Maybe the same 3 we saw last week. I don't know. That one looks like a younger one. Well, maybe not. Okay, we're going to keep moving. We could try to get a closer look at them, but I think we're just going to continue on. Oh, we do have a couple more Canada geese here closer to the road. That's a short-eared owl. And I hear some other sandhill cranes. I think over there somewhere. Let's move forward, I guess. I've never seen a short-eared owl here. The only place I've ever personally seen one is at the airport. And that was just, you know, I happened to see something in the air, and then sure enough, I have not seen it since it dropped out of sight. Not sure what I want to do here. I think I should turn around. Yeah, I should turn around. Alright, let me set you down. You know what? Let's turn around up ahead. I did hear sandhill crane vocalizations. I don't know with certainty that they were not from the 3 that we saw here on the ground. Somehow it didn't seem, given how they sounded, it didn't seem right for them to be the, you know, for the sounds to be have come from the 3 sandhill cranes we saw in the cornfield. But we're going to turn around. I'd still like to go to the airport, but we've seen now here a short-eared owl, and if we have a chance, if it's staying around, maybe we'll get a chance to watch it a little bit more, which I would, oh, I see the other sandhill cranes. A fair number of them. Let's see if we can have a look. Oh, geez. Dolph, are you counting these out? They're going to be oh, there's one up there. Yeah, there are a couple of up there. They're going to be pretty well camouflaged, I think. And I don't know if I've even started in the right... Hold on, I've got a car here. Hold on. I've got to move. Okay. All right, let's try again. Hold on a second. I'm not sure where they start here. Isn't that pretty? Okay, that one is there. Let's see if we can, and I'm not expecting anybody to count, but and for all I know, some have walked away since we spotted them. Sorry, it's not easy. So you can see some are already walking away, and so how many are here total? Who knows? And it's because of where they are and where we are relative to them. It's hard to even see them in the cornfield here, and which is fine, but. Yeah, I mean, forget about counting, because, I mean, there's some more over here somewhere. What's that? One seemed to have a very different vocalization. All right, we're going to continue back. If we see an owl here, and again, maybe we'll watch it, and stay here. If not, we'll eventually go to the airport, I think. It's nice to see those sandhill cranes. Oh, now in a way, some of them are coming into view at the top of the hill just because of the lighting behind them. I can see them. Hold on a second. It's not that, I was going to say maybe show you, but it's not that great of a view. What's in the air? I see a great blue heron in the air. Apparently heading towards the water, I think. I heard the sandhill cranes, and I thought, wow, it just didn't seem right for it to be the same three that we had seen. Stop here and walk around a bit. Okay. You have to remember this field that we're looking at to our left is connected to the one where all the cranes were. So the three that we saw, they may have just been, they may have just simply walked over that much sooner, or who knows what. Turn around in a second, I think. If you think about it, this is a good area for short-eared owls in a way. Also, I mean, it's I would say as good as the airport is, or nearly as good. I mean, there are cornfields here that have been harvested and are potentially, with rodents for the short-eared owl to catch and eat. Not all the fields around here are cornfields, but they are agricultural fields. Now, between us, where we are now, and the marsh, it's just grass. And it was, in fact, on the marsh side that we saw the owl. What I'd love to do, though, I'd love to see it. Oh, who's that? Those are cranes. Anyway, come on. I'd love to look at an owl, in this direction, because I'm looking, and from here, because I can look down the hill, and it would be really nice, I think, to watch from here. Where we saw it was up ahead, where the ground works against us, not really for us. And I'm not gonna stay here too much longer, hoping to see the owl. If I do see it, great. If not, well, we're gonna move on. I'm hearing a lot of vocalizations from the cranes. They're probably soon to come in to the marsh. I'm tempted to stay and watch that, but maybe we should. Just look with binoculars a bit. I think that's a great blue heron. Oh wow, hold on. Where are they? Oh, come on. Can't find it. I think I just saw a meadowlark. Hi. Eastern meadowlark. Bless you. I think there might be two of them, but I have the one in my sight, and we'll continue watching it. We don't get to see them very often, and their numbers are dwindling. I'm not sure if there's a second one or not. I'm going to try to look with binoculars while you're looking at the scope. Did I lose it? Looks like I might have lost it. Yeah, I lost it. I'm going to let it go anyway. As it was slowly but surely getting farther away. I don't know if there's a second one or not. But good to see. That almost sounded like a tundra swan. Okay, let's turn around. You can hear all the vocalizations from the sandhill cranes. I haven't seen any in the air. Maybe I missed them, but I haven't seen them heading towards the marsh. I think I just heard a northern pintail. Pintails right there. At least that one is in the front. I'm not sure if that was a female behind it or not. American widgeon there. A couple of them at least. This has been a more eventful visit to East Road than I had thought it would be, given how it started, but we'll take it. Lots of widgeons out there, I think. And that's a gadwall there at center. It's hard to tell where the sounds of the cranes are coming from. Like I said, I haven't seen any in the air. I think though we're going to head to the airport. I wouldn't mind seeing the cranes come in, but I wouldn't. If we can maybe possibly see a short-eared owl there, I wouldn't mind. I know we've... Oh, hold on. I see cranes on the move now. Oh, they're up there. I wonder if they're kind of staging and then they'll maybe come in. I don't know. Let's take a quick look. We'll never get out of here. Hold on, let me just look with binoculars. Maybe that's all we need to do. Yeah, actually, there are... It seems like there are a fair number of cranes up there already. And, 1 second here. You know what, let's stay with this camera for now. So you can see you know what, we will switch, I think. Okay. I think we are going to head towards the airport. We don't have much time left. You could say, well, Ferris, you should just stay here with the cranes and watch them come in, and I do love doing that. But you know, not only have we seen that before a number of times, but given where they are and where they're heading, it might not be that easy to see. And it is getting dark. Although we were able to see them land, we couldn't see exactly where they landed just because they were landed behind some vegetation. But like I said, I think this has been a nice visit to East Road, and that's a robin ahead of us, and you know, the surrounding cornfield and marsh, the Knox Marcellus marsh. And we don't have much time left, but I'd like to go to the airport just in case, and you know, it's a long shot, but just in case an owl is flying around. Obviously we saw an owl here, and you could say, Ferris, you might as well stay here. You saw an owl, maybe you'll see it again. That's certainly a possibility. We've seen a fair amount today. As I was mentioning earlier, that snow goose is still there. Remember that snow goose we saw as we crossed there the first time? It's still there. I bet good money it's injured. Well, I think I just saw a number of swallows. I could be wrong. So I think we've seen, I think I've seen like maybe 3 injured snow geese today, most likely. Felt good to stretch my fingers. It's always saddening to see an injured bird. I'd much rather see a bird that's been, that's already passed away than see one that might be suffering. Now, who knows that the injured ones, it may simply be that they can't fly and that they'll still be able to stay around and find food, but prefer for their own sake for them to be with their own kind. I was mentioning, Wildlife Drive, the fact that it's closed. I think to our left, I may be wrong, but I think that's part of the main pool that we circle when we're on Wildlife Drive. I may be wrong about that. Anyway, the water that I can't see it now, that I could see moments ago, it tends to freeze over, and instead of having a lot of birds on it in winter, it's usually pretty empty, pretty vacant. And so, like I said, in winter we're not able to go on Wildlife Drive, but I think even if it were open, we wouldn't see all that much, so we're not missing much, really. We've had some, sapsucker was kind of quiet. We didn't see much there. There's no question about it. But we've had some decent luck elsewhere. Managed to see Arthur. Kind of saw big red tail feathers, but we saw just to see an eastern an eastern meadowlark is for me always a treat, and it was just nice to see the sandhill cranes as we did moments ago, and the short-eared owl. Hopefully we'll see another short-eared owl or two. Van Dyke's spoor was quite active. Number of deer to our right, looks like 4 of them that I could see. Well, we're here. I haven't seen an owl. You would know if I had, because I would have said something. But, and maybe this was a mistake. Maybe we should have stayed on East Road. That's very possible. More than likely see the sandhill cranes fly in. Would we see an owl? Maybe, maybe not. Are we seeing an owl here? Are we going to? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. But you never know. I'd love to see one. It is getting dark. When we turned around to look at those very quickly at those turkeys, I had seen them, didn't know what they were with any certainty, but given their size and everything, I was like, well, I'll bet they're turkeys. And then I kept driving, and then I thought, well, no, I have to go take a look. So I turned around. Just saw a couple birds. I'm not sure what they were. Small birds. One thing, I fully admit, I don't know if whenever I decide to go anywhere, is it the right place to go? Are there better places to go? Maybe. So, like I say, should we be here at the airport? I'm not sure. We left Van Dyne Spoor and we headed to East Road from there. We could have stayed at Van Dyne Spoor, and I'm sure we would have seen more activity. Might have seen something, that we didn't get to see anywhere else today. But in going to East Road, we saw sandhill cranes. Now, we had seen sandhill cranes near Van Dyne Spoor anyway, but we also saw that eastern meadowlark, and we did see a short-eared owl. I was going to show you a cat that I saw a couple of weeks ago, but we just scared it off. I don't know if it's a stray or not. It seems like a young cat. But it just ran off. When I opened the window, it ran off. I'm not saying it's stray. It could be that it's owned by somebody, in a nearby home. Okay, nothing in view. Oh, just saw it again. The cat, that is. just trying to look around. I'm trying to scan low to the ground, fairly low, because that's how short-eared owls, tend to fly. And so I'm just hopeful maybe I catch sight of one or something. Obviously, it is getting dark, but if one is in flight, there's a decent chance that if I happen to be looking in that direction, that I might see it. Getting back to the sandhill cranes, and the likelihood of seeing them fly into the marsh. We did see some fly in, obviously, and maybe they're all there by now. Wouldn't surprise me. There's always the chance that we wouldn't get to see them that well, just because it would be dark or darkening, under fairly dark skies by the time they would fly in. But I think we usually would get to see them well enough. It's not like, sometimes Canada geese, they'll take off from whatever field they're grazing in quite late when it's quite dark. I think sandhill cranes don't usually wait that long, or at least that's what I've seen. So maybe we would have been better off staying there. I don't know. And, in the back of my mind is that argument that, you saw an owl already here, so maybe you'll see it again, meaning at East Road. And maybe I should have just stayed there. I don't know. A couple deer to our right in the field. One thing nice about the one we did see already today was that it was it was a little bit lighter at the time, and I don't know how well we really saw it, but at least it wasn't quite as dark outside. Now, even if we had stayed at East Road, it would have been. It was getting darker already before we even left. I've mentioned it before, but the first time I had ever seen one was here at the airport. But we were here, in the early part of the afternoon. I just happened to see one when we were here to look at, a snowy owl. And we were, in fact, looking at a snowy owl when a short-eared owl came along and landed on one of the You know, I should be looking at them. It landed on one of the airport, you know, just whatever they have in the field, either a post or something. No sign of anybody. If you're wondering why I'm here, I'm just trying to see if I can look at some of the various potential landing spots for a short-eared owl, fairly low to the ground. Some of the things along the runways or whatever, just in case. When we were back in that little semicircle, I looked, but I had something flashing. You know, one of the runway things flashing in my eyes. It was hard to see some of these things. From here, it's a little easier, but I can't see them all. But I see one in the air. Hold on. I don't know if I'll still see it, but I saw it just flying just now. Surely it's out of sight now. Let's go back where we were. I definitely saw one in the air. Well, it's possible it was another species of bird, but I don't believe so. I think it was a short-eared owl. It's a fairly large bird, and the wings were about the right shape. One more song. I think even if I see one, it's going to be so dark it'll be very difficult to see. Everybody, I think we're just about out of time, out of light. And maybe it's time for me to pack up and head home. I do hope you've enjoyed the day. It's been a fun one. We've seen some interesting things and some beautiful things. And but I think it's time for me to pack up. Hope you've enjoyed the day as much as I have. And that we can see some birds between now and next time. But until then, I wish you all well. I hope you have a great night and a great week. Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Bye-bye.